action pets gaming. Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, all night. Get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
All right, good morning and greetings. Uh-oh, my camera's all askew. Hold on one sec, let me get this. You know, updates, they mess with all your settings. You wonder what the heck's going on when you start up. Normally I do check these things ahead of time, but apparently I did not check this, so give me 1 second while we get a little further off of my big ugly mug. Let's see here. Drop it down a little bit. There we go. Oh, hey, too much. And zoom out just a tad. Boop. Move my big fat noggin over a little bit. Right about there should be good. All right, that's a little better. Alrighty. Good morning and greetings. You know who it is. It's me, that bumbling fool Kevin C. here yet again at Action Pants Gaming with another Monday morning build and chill. Only today we've got a special guest. We've got Enrasilver with us today, and we're going to do a little noodling, a little R&D. Yeah, my discomfort is still there, so pardon my grunts and groans today. And we will hopefully get through all of that. I have a feeling I'm going to be calling my surgeon today, though. So yeah, it is Monday, as I said, and I've got the 30th of June, 2025. And I've got 2 minutes after the 10 a.m. hour because time seems to be going a lot quicker than I think. So I was running a little late this morning. But I know some of you are running late in the past and some are running late even in the future. But whatever present you happen to be in, I do hope it's going good for you. And we've already got 2 people here in chat. We got Grimy. What's going on? How you doing, homie? Was hoping to hear that playlist last night, but I didn't hear back from you, so maybe later. And we've got Gary for 20 times 9. What's going on? How you doing? How you doing? All right, so I'm going to try and get Enra in here somehow. Yeah. And we'll see what goes on with that. Because I am a crazy guy. All right, we are in chat. Let's see if I can't invite. How do I do it? Create an invite here. Here we go. Let's see if I can't find him in my list. Should be here somewhere. So how's everybody doing today on this Monday? It's a Monday, man. Yeah, I don't even need to ask. Mondays are Mondays. It's a Monday. It's horrible. Where is Enra on my list? Should be here. Granted, I always end up going by people. Because I have some, but hold on. Let's see. There we go. Get an invite sent on over to Enra. And then let's get this thing out of my way. It's warm today in the UK, is it? Yeah. No worries, Grimy, no worries. I know how that can be. Only mine's a recliner that usually draws me in. And if I kick back too far, out. There's a certain angle in that recliner that just puts me right out. My damn roommate got me in on it. Came home one day, he had this brand new recliner in his living room. I'm like, oh, that's nice. He's like, you gotta sit in this. And I sat in it, and I was like, I need one of these. Let me guess, $1,000. He's like, no, it's $6 bills. And then I did a 24-hour stream, and people donated because I had a horrible chair at the time, and I was streaming straight off my PlayStation 4 at the time. And people donated and got me a better chair, and that is my recliner. Granted, that's back when I was streaming and playing on the TV. Unfortunately, I have this rather uncomfortable gaming chair. Got to be honest. I might have to clock a couple of dollars away just to look into a new chair. All right, so we're gonna see where Enra is. Hopefully, he will drop in. I don't know if he's streaming. He might be streaming, and that would make sense. Why I am not hearing from him quite yet. So while we're waiting, we'll go and we'll noodle about, and we'll come up with something to do. I do want to check something though in my options in display and graphics. Not as many things as I thought. should check it anyway. Oh. There we go. Let's turn that down a little bit. Oops. See if the camera's gonna go on here. And then we will get into... Oh, just in time for that geothermal event. All right, so I've been digging this little technique here. Pretty easy. Doesn't take a lot to do. You do need to do a little bit of UI, but I like how we're able to hide the bar in the metal window. And if you don't want to use the metal window, and this is a legacy part, then you can use it for another technique, I would imagine. But it's pretty straightforward. And you can use, any short wall you desire. And I'll show you if you are interested. I mean, you've seen me do it. I just haven't gone through and explained it to people yet, because I figured if you saw me, you probably figured it out. But as per usual, glitching in the game is a pain these days. So I'm waiting to hear from Enra. I don't know what's going to go on here. I told him 10. If he's streaming, he's probably right in the middle of doing something, so I get it. But I sent an invite. The invite is in the air. Well, waiting for Enrasilver to respond. Where you at, Enra? All right, and I can show you how to do the setup and everything too. It's pretty simple. It's really simple. Not too difficult at all. Just kind of curious as to this here. That'll work. Not going to put it in yet, but it'd work. I would like to bring that in a little bit more. In order to do that, though, we might have to do some tomfoolery. What's going on, Christy? Crusty Boot. How you doing? How you doing? Although it does work on that. It does look pretty cool. I think it would look better if I could bring it down a little bit. So we're waiting on Enra. Where you at, Enra? Calling you out. Well, we could go crazier. We could leave it open. I thought about doing just kind of, roundabout walkway, if you will. Excuse me. Oof. Yeah, this is weird. We got 354 pieces we are overbound. We cannot upload. We did do an upload, but now we're just kind of noodling, so. Where is Enra at? Where are you at, broski? And let me make sure I got my multiplayer on. It is. We'll do friends. Yeah, for now we'll do anyone. Not anywhere that's super worrisome. So basically, you do the adjacency, you get that half short wall into the middle, you stack 4 of them, you take those 2 interior ones, you drop them out here for holders. And then you do a universal from the short to the full length. After you've dropped your, but you got to drop your window in first. Well, yes, you have to drop your window in first. I so want to go, Christy. Everyone I know has already been. It's one of my dream trips. There in Amsterdam, and there's a great builder that lives in Amsterdam. Does amazing interior stuff. He uses a lot of the CPR parts, you know, the ramps, the blocks, the cubes, that sort of stuff. And does some really cool things with it. He is an old school builder. Been doing it for a while as well. Known him for a bunch of years. Haven't talked to him in a bit, unfortunately. But I'm also not on my PlayStation. And that that changes a few people who I unfortunately have been missing hanging out. But hey, I bet you if I showed up in Amsterdam and they were working, and I managed to find the right place that they were working at, and I was like, blah, blah, blah. I want to go to the meetup so bad. That's actually why I want to go mainly these days. I've been wanting to go since I was a kid. Just had this draw to Europe for some reason, and I just never have gone. I don't know why. Should probably make that a priority before I die. And it's too late. And see, I'm just like, I grab one part, boom, boom, just keep bringing it on over. All your parts are right there. And I try sometimes to do as much of the setup as possible. Yeah, I am so wanting to go. I'm going to try to see what I can do about saving for it this year. Although my current job, I am trying to leave. But I can't because I got to pay bills until I can find something that will be similar to what I'm doing now in terms of hours and pay. But, you know, we'll see what happens. I am no longer happy there. There's no point in being unhappy. And it's odd that this job has actually changed my personality in some ways. I don't dig on that. And unfortunately not for the better. But enough about that. Where the hell's Enra? Where are you, Enra? Sent you a message. Sent you a message. Message. We did our... I used to be great with people. Now most people I meet are just... And I'll use the term I've heard recently, NPCs. Alright, let me find out what the heck's going on with Enra here, because he be missing. Where are you at, broski? Alright, I see bits in his thing. Let's see what happens. Asana, he knows. Hopefully he'll get in here soon. Alright. The legendaries. Thank you, Krusty. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just noodling, you know. Basically, what I'm doing here is giving people ideas on how to take that new part and use it in a different way. I noticed that. I don't know why that is. It might be Will Badger. We're hanging in there, homie. Life has been interesting. We'll just say that. How about that? All right. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that was almost dangerous. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. All right, now. Downside, and actually I shouldn't have did what I just did because I'm an idiot. I'm going to have to redo all this because, well, I'm a moron. Because I forgot one important detail. This. The flooring. You need to do, and that's me going stupid like usual. So I'm going to have to redo all of this. Because I'm a moron. And actually, let's see what happens when we reload our autosave. Let's see where we were there. But I have a feeling I'm going to have to redo all that. Because what ends up happening is you end up locking out your... right, yep, okay. You lock out your snap point there. So yeah, that was silly of me. Actually, where did I reload? Where did that put me? Yeah, it put me less of having to delete a bunch of crap. All right, that's fine. Pardon me. All right, so unfortunately, because I'm a big fool, I forgot to do something important. And for those of you who didn't see this portion of it, now you get to. Basically, I'm doing a simple adjacency here, going from the full length short wall to the half short wall. Yeah, unfortunately, because I've doubled up on that one snap point, it kind of locked it out, right? So now what I need to do is we need to throw in the window. Actually, we can do the stacking portion of it. Get that prepared, right? So you do 4. Leave that. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Move those 2 middle ones. 1, 3. And you better hope you don't want to do a second floor or anything else like that. I mean, yes, you can redo this. It's not an issue, but, you know, if you don't have to, why bother? All right, and actually one of these we're not going to, we can do the whole thing and then we can just remove one if necessary. All right, so now you need to throw in your window, drop on your floor. Be careful. You don't do a half because of that short wall. And then, now you don't have to do the top one. I do just for continuity and, you know, just to kind of give it a uniform look. You can change, obviously, the short wall to a different style if you wish. That's not the point. The point is just to cover this bar and then make this window just look like, you know, a standard window, if you will. Yes, you do lose some of the visual from that window. You could, and then this would eliminate the need to put this in your rooftop in afterwards. But it would be considerably more work because you would have to go through each one of these and raise it up a little bit so that, you know, this is up higher. It would give you a little bit more of the window. As you can see here, like this is cutting off a good portion of the window. This is where we want to cut off this portion. We don't want the bar, right? That's the whole point. So now I could, you know, scoot this up a little bit, you know, doing the usual technique. And that would open up that snap point for you to just drop that in. And then you can bring it up higher. Now, downside with doing that here is that's going to start to cut into this and look a little funny. That's why I left it. I actually did a test of this last night, and I didn't like the way it looked. So I said, you know what? We're not going to. But you can in another, you know, another scenario. Where you at, Enra? Hold on, let me figure out what's going on with Enra here. Is he streaming? We're almost 30 minutes in here, broski. Where you at? Where is Enra? I'm waiting for you. But now you can add in your short wall now. You can even leave this here if you want. You can add that, another, another short wall in and change the pattern if you wish. You can, go with a completely different short wall and change it further or not at all in that case. You can go in with that, but that's not going to do much. And if you really wanted to, you could probably do that. That doesn't really look like it's going to do much. But what I am noticing is it does cut down a little further. All right. And then just lather, rinse, repeat on all of this, right? Man, it's been a while since that patch went into experimental, and we have not seen a thing. What is going on with that? Come on, Enra. Where you be, broski? Is he streaming? Anybody know? I mean, give me a sec. I'll check. I'll check. Hold on. He's probably like, I don't know where he is either. Where are you, Enra? What is going on? Are you screaming? I gotta make some shorts. I gotta figure out how to do that. I gotta figure out how to do that. Thank you, channel membership. Well, I don't see him on. Don't see anything going on with him right now. All right, Enra. Oh, Sound problems. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So Enra's having some technical difficulties, having some sound issues. So totally understandable. I've been there myself 1.5 million times. So now we at least know what's going on. I'm like, where is he? Enrasilver? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, usually, you know, people with DG squared, or you know, someone, but entirely possible. Oh, damn it! I shouldn't have done that. You know what? Oh well. Actually, I think that's the one I don't want anyway. Yes. Because the Studio 16, as far as I know, is actually DG squared. Or a combination of the two. I'm thinking about doing a lander pad here as well, maybe. But I don't know if there's enough room for a big ship here. It would have to be a small one. Or this just might be a look around spot. Or we could maybe use it to get to another building, which actually I didn't even notice. Is that straight out on over to here? Uh-huh. We actually, may need to do something. Oh, thanks. You know me. I don't care what I'm doing. It's just trying stuff to try stuff half the time, you know? Like, how do we make cooler, better things with the parts that we have? Because usually we're very limited on that. And you know, just trying to bring life to pieces we've stared at for some time. Although these are brand new, and I'm trying to see how we can use these as city-looking parts. You know, and hopefully, although it didn't really work, I was going to say, and hopefully cut down on some of some of what we got going on here. But unfortunately, we have still gone over build count for upload. Damn it, that was the one I wanted. Okay. Alright, we gotta do one over. Not a big deal. Alright, so now see how this went high? Alright, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this. I'm going to drop that down where it should be. we will redo this one. Now, the other thing I've noticed is if a piece has been sitting there for a bit, I can't get the adjacency to work. And I don't know if that's, I don't know why. It just seems to do that. Doesn't always act that way, but it does a percentage of the time, a large percentage of the time. So, and I don't know if it's like per part either. I have no idea. Yeah, you're probably right. But I was hoping to. I mean, the thing is like, 3,000 parts is not a whole lot, in the grand scheme of things. You start going on your build and, you're like, all right, yeah, I'm getting there, and, before you know it, you're almost out of parts and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'll have to sacrifice this idea, that idea, this other idea, and it's just kind of a bummer. And also, like, trying to traverse from building to building or area to area, would be kind of cool, too. What is going on, Shogun? Yeah, what is going on with the ads? Yeah, I love what YouTube just changes stuff or unsubscribes people from your channel, doesn't tell you, Every time I think I'm about to start growing a little bit, like 2 people, then the next week a person, 1 person unsubscribes. Granted, it's like the minute I get like 3 new subscribers, I lose 4. It's like I don't understand how, what's going on with YouTube, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, Gary, they do. But in the same aspect, if you want to not have them look like what they kind of come like, you have to start adding parts. But it does save a considerable amount. That is true. Um, and I have somehow managed to, and a lot of it as well are floor panels. I wish they would give us a pre-made scaled floor panel that you could still snap on each where, normally it used to, it doesn't anymore, but the wall still snaps. Don't ask me why, although it does snap, unevenly or off kilter, off center. Not off kilter, off center. But it would be nice if we got, the standard thickness of the floor panel, but done as a full scale, a 9x9 or 3x3, if you will. But there's 369 part, floor panels per large floor panel. No worries, Christy. So we, which we demonstrated yesterday. We looked at it and we're like, I'd have to start finagling, and you can't, because you can't snap to a scaled, or a scaled can't snap to a non-scaled, except if it's a wall. It creates an issue. You can't level out that floor thickness, so it becomes kind of a pain in the dupa. dig the circular bit we added. What I'm not digging is the... Not really digging the landing pad at the moment. But we can fix that. I am digging all of this, though. I love the way this is looking. That's kind of cool, actually. Oh, didn't even notice that until I changed the color. Yeah. We could bring that down a hair, but it works for the most part. Well, hopefully we'll get Enra in here. He will figure out his technical difficulties. I hate computers sometimes. It's technical difficulties for no apparent reason. Hey, we're going to update you. And by the way, as we update you, guess what? We're going to screw up all your bloody settings for no reason whatsoever. How you like them apples? Well, hopefully we'll get Enra in here today. And I was wondering if anyone even noticed what I did here. But no. I should have done a flip on each one, but it is what it is now. Because it would have given us a more consistent look. But it does work. And actually, you know what I didn't try here? Give this a shot. Just kind of curious. Can I even get to it, actually? All right. Okay. It doesn't give you the windowed version as a choice. That's kind of dumb. I don't agree with that. Like, that should be all the parts. I mean, if you get these, you should get the windowed version. Yeah? Just saying. Alright, that gets rid of that idea. I guess I was hoping I could just change the part and take a look at it, but nope. The game's like, nah, I know you think you could get that part there, but guess what? You ain't. So, panel roof, metal concrete panel, right? All that. That, in my opinion, you should be able to, oops. Salvage skylight roof. Salvage roof panel. They are both roof panels. These are all roof. You should be able to go into any of those roofing choices and switch it. Again, my opinion. Oof, getting a little chilly. Air conditioner is it's getting kind of gross outside, but in order to keep my room and my computer from melting, I have to crank the AC a little bit. So give me a second. I'm gonna Mr. Rogers style. So Grammy, I'm gonna show you how I did that. And it's manual placement. And it took me a minute, and I'll probably have to figure it out again. But, and then I had to do a little bit of finagling, just to get the lip portion where I wanted it. Give me one moment, folks. Gotta throw on my Mr. Rogers sweater. But I figured while I'm up and about here, it would do something else too. But I thought it was neat to add the lights to that little angled portion, you know. So basically what I did for that was, I gotta remember if I turned, I gotta remember how I did the angled I'm trying to remember if I flipped it upside down. Come on, YouTube. Error, YouTube is not responding. It was fine from now for a good 54 minutes. Alright, so I didn't. Alright. Basically what I did for this, and it took a minute to kind of figure out where to do it. So I took this panel. And I started to look at this part and trying to find sort of, you know, some reference for a center point, right? You kind of do a guess, which is going to be right about here, right? This line. And if you look, there are some little dashes right there. Little, let me know if the stream gets weird. I basically just simply grabbed the salvage wall, looked for that, had to remember which way this goes in, and depending on where you want that bit, and I don't know if this is the right dash, but we're going to go with this one. And I just kind of brought it up to here, you know, where the lines meet. And you rotate it. Once you get one, you just stack it, right? But stacking it, and then if you look, boop, you know, and you can go a little lower, you could go a little higher if you wanted. You know, if you don't want that much of the wall sticking out, which I don't. But so you kind of find this, you know, this rough center line here. Come down, you see those dashes. And then you just sort of find where you want to put it. And then once you get your reference, like right now, that was a little too high. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to, you know, the end of the wire nub to the shadow there. And again, once you get one, you know, you're pretty good. Yeah, and that's not too bad. And you just kind of want to see where it ends. And you know, this is why it took me a minute. So it looks like I actually want to come down. Actually, no, I think I did about the same here. Yeah, because we had that up above. But again, it's your personal preference at that point. You know, you put it where you think aesthetically it is going to look the best for what you're doing. You know, that's pretty good. Got a little bit of a lip there. I think this is about the same. It is indeed roughly a wire length or a wire nub. Okay, and then once you get that there, what I did was I wanted the bar to be where these sort of met in the middle, and if you see the seam here, and how this is in the center of that seam, I basically just did the trick of, you know, you put a floor panel down and do the micro adjustment, you know, just bring a few down, and then that way you can move this wherever you want it. But, you know, it's nice and, you know, it runs with the angle there. And if you want, you could just stack these and, you know, do that and then get rid of your other thing. But what I would do is I would just do a double check and make sure that, you know, you're pretty even. You know, you've got the same amount of stuff poking through. And then just move it where you want it. Pretty simple. Not too crazy. Will the vehicle fit in here? What do we got for vehicles? That will not. Oh, I could bring it up, and it could. Excuse me. This might work. Okay, what is, so this is the full scale, which floors will snap to. A full scale wall. Why it won't on a floor or any other thing? You got me. I couldn't tell you. Dun, 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 dun. Being granted a little bit tight in here, but I'm just kind of using this as an idea. All right, so that would have to be higher. And that would have to be facing the other way. So, make a higher tunnel. Because I thought it'd be cool as you were driving through to have the lights like, you know what I mean? Where you at, Enra? Alright, I'm going to check, see if he sent me a message or anything. Well, would be nice if it worked. I mean, I can bring it down. I think there's enough. That is upside down. It's gotta be. Yeah, it is upside down. Yeah, that's upside down. Those bits are upside down. I thought they might be. Those floors are not. Huh, maybe not. Something funky with them, though. But I thought maybe, you know, we could get a dual purpose out of this. I mean, we still technically are, but... And it would be so great if we could get the freighter parts to just, you know, build on terrain. Especially with these new parts, you know, the styles just, they work well together. They go pretty well together. Can I put short walls under the wall to raise it up? Not without redoing the entire thing. Like this floor needs to sink, or I need to raise up the walkway, which I could just, you know, simply, or not. Hold on. You say I could just simply do this. But before I do any sort of deleting anything, but honestly, it doesn't look as good. I'd have to create it more. I just thought of this idea right now, to be honest. I was like, oh, can I get it? And wouldn't it be cool if you were driving through and you saw the lights? So you kind of want to make it ahead of time, and for that purpose. Man, I hope Enra makes it. This would be kind of a bummer if you couldn't join. I got the whole, you know, title and everything. I'm gonna have to rework it. But I was thinking about doing a regular. Ooh, community research milestone. What's going on? What do we have? Are they more boring banners that nobody wants? That should have been put out when we first friggin' got banners. I hope Enra is able to make it. But then I'd have to reposition all of this. You know what I mean? This would then change. At the beginning of building this, yes, then you know we would. All right, let's. Why not? Let's find a spot to make a garage. I'm game. Which is where we were, but I mean, look at how these are rendering now too. All the antennas are disappearing. Yep, render problems. Here we go. Could put garage right here, I guess. Maybe. But now I have an idea for a garage, and now I want to find the spot for it. Maybe here. Finish this up too. Gotta finish up some of these buildings as well. Where do I want to put this? I mean, I could dig it out. Maybe drop the flooring here. But, no. You know what? Budget. Or not. Then this goes. Well, first you'd have to build your floor. I don't know, Legend. As far as I can tell, he has not reached back out to me at this point. Oh, wait. And it looks like Enra is not going to make it today. He is having internet and microphone issues. So, all right, so it looks like we are not getting Enra today. So the title is Moot. That's a bummer. Oh well. Sadness. Okay. Well, it's too bad Enra couldn't join us. Apparently he is having some pretty cruddy internet problems and microphone issues. So he will unfortunately not be joining us today. So, Boomer. And, you know, sometimes just working with what you got. Yeah, YouTube definitely doing the hiccup thing, that's for sure. Hey. Yeah, I was watching your stream the other day. Your mic sounded like it was not happy. Well, I'm bummed you couldn't come and hang out. Um, we will try to do this again. Uh, like I have tomorrow off, but you know, I know you. I think you said you were busy. But we'll get there some point. Ain't no thing but a chicken wing, baby. Right on. Yeah, I saw. I had to. I kept checking to see what was going on. Um, well, that's a bummer. How fast it take you to go get another mic? Yeah, YouTube's been being weird for me today too. It's like YouTube is not responding, then it's perfect, and it doesn't make any sense. It is as they say what it is. And now with the snap points being a bit off, these are kind of funky, and they're snappable bits. Oh, yep, now it's fine. All right, you got me thinking about a garage, and I don't know where to put it. Where do I put that? Yeah, they're definitely interesting. Yeah, see, YouTube doing weirdness again, or my internet, who knows? It is Monday, you got that right. Yeah, the new lights, the new lighting, it does not do anything. Like the one thing with this game that's always been sort of an issue in my mind has been the lighting. There have been times where it's like it working, it's perfect, but just too much bloom. And then there are times now where everything is just way too dark. Um, Also, we know that the light panels, light cubes, all that aren't working properly. Again, the textures are off. And I think that's why we still haven't seen any patch. I'm really hoping for one like ASAP because the longer you wait, the more frustrated people can get. But at the same time, you also want to make sure that you pick through it with a fine tooth comb so that you don't end up with more problems as you're trying to fix other ones. So, pardon me. La La Land King. La La and King. Welcome. All right, took me a second to see that. No man's in my skies. What's going on? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome. Um. Oh yeah, I have so many bits and pieces on this thing, and I'm like, we could do anything at any point here. trying to figure out where to put this garage, and I think I'm going to try to travel this down to a certain point, because this is being blocked by anything. Although I could come down with some more red, which might not be a bad idea either. And come down to this section. Kind of like we have on the other one. Oh. We could get away with it, but you know me and my wackiness. Nay, 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 and I shouldn't have to shrink things to make it work on it. We could bring it over. Get here. What are you? What are you doing? You should be there. Why does that put such a gap? Shouldn't that be? What am I actually at? What am I snapping to actually? Huh? What are you snapping to? Never mind. I'm not fighting with it. Forget all that noise. Hey, what happened to my satellite dish? Did I delete that by accident? Wait a minute. Now, I might try to bury this in here a little bit more, make it look a little more blended in, but I am not 100% sure yet. Thing is, I'd have to get a central, like, floor panel or something. I'd have to make that. And these rooftops don't snap to anything you want them to. They are bizarre in their... Yeah, even when it's showing a green state, they don't want to snap to something. So you have to kind of universal adjacency. Or a manual. Yeah, they're very finicky on where they snap. Let's just put it that way. How do I bring this down into that? How do we do that? Alright, first we would need to get a centralized floor. And then we would have to figure out kind of where there is a center point here, which I'm gonna say is right about here. If I had to venture a guess, it's close. Let's see where we get with it. Because if we miss, we're not getting that back. Take the long way home. Sure, what color are you? Prep for it needing to go a little bit lower. That should just about do it. It does interfere with that, but BFD. We wanted to go super nutty. We could do a... Actually, I think that looks a little better. I kind of like the little bow top. Why is only one of the lights on that antenna working? And the other one is this game. I swear sometimes. You make me laugh. Sure. And this is a prime example of how I know, or I feel I can tell, that the lighting is way off in the game. There's a few things, actually, but this is a great example of that. This is a legacy part. So there is that, but I'm pretty sure both of these antennae are supposed to be lit. I don't know what the heck that's doing, but definitely not doing something it should be doing. Right, Enra? I haven't played with this part in actually probably years at this point. But yeah, something just ain't right there. But I think in terms of centrally located, it works pretty well. Yeah, it's a little far back, but Fabled Pilgrim, what's going on? How you doing? So I think we kind of found a centralized point there. Now I suppose we could do the one below as well, yeah? Nah, it's kind of pushing it. We could shrink down and put them in other spots. And I bet you actually if I shrink it down, it'll probably sink a little bit more. I mean, that's not a guarantee, but I have a sneaking suspicion it might. I mean, come on. Like, we've seen render. I'm tempted to go take a look at my city in a minute. I need to tear that apart anyway. We might do that. I might take one or two of these ideas and bring it over. I like these. And again, thank you, Galactus Simulacrum. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know, Gary. That's kind of I was just kind of peeping at that, going, what could we do with this? Because I have a feeling. Let's get a little color. It would depend on. With stickers, it's always collision bubble, right? And I don't know what it looks like per side as it spins, but we can see it kind of gets see how it does that there. Ooh. That gets a full bird on it though. That one spot right there. But, you go to try to add another sticker in and are we going to be able to? Probably not. And then you got to think about like what's it going to look like in all these other spots as well. As it's turning about. Raging Furball. Are the Atlantid roof pieces still refusing to snap on? The new roof pieces? Yes. If that's what you're referring to. The salvage structures. These bits. Yeah. We were just actually talking about that. You showed up right in time. Yeah, they're being a pain. I like your name, by the way, the Raging Furball. That's great. I miss my kitties. All right, this for right now, I'm gonna knock. We still got to figure out how to get up there, but I just don't. I'm not digging it right at the moment. I mean, obviously, it's just scaffold and an experiment currently, but Yeah, we can leave that, I guess. I was going to add in the other bit, but I think if we do, it's not going to look as good. Ugh, I know the feeling. All right. And, you know, this didn't take too long. The longest part was actually, I think, when we were trying to get this. I don't even remember how we did that. Oh, no, I do. Yeah. We had to get it from our circle. So, but that's the thing, you know, we started with one bit and we just started to stack and work and use what we had from our scaffolding to kind of build off of these, you know, once we scaled them up. But that's why I used a floor panel as a central, or a cube as a central glitch point in order to allow us to do that. You know what I mean? Can we, you know, you can't get a freighter, these freighter bits, I can't get into a circle and then have them open, if I'm correct, right? That would make a great railing, but that's not going to happen. All right, let's do a save. Let's get rid of that. Well, we could do, could drop the floor using that, but I think we're good where we are. That and this, shoot. Yeah, I should have exchanged, oh wait, I still can't, hold on. Never mind. I'll do that in a minute. All right. So we do have now some viable space here. You know, we could do something with that. This could connect to over there if we wanted to. Difficult. We could also connect to over here. It would be weird, but we could. It could be a whole different layer. We could also take these, which we have 2 of them, and we could make this, you know, a viable option. Oops. Right? And then that could be something. Could go off into that direction, do something there. Does that even switch to corridor or anything? So here's something that's always kind of been a thorn in my side. Especially now that we can bring the other ones out without being underwater. Like, just allow those parts. like to be able to be chosen. You know what I mean? However, in this particular instance, what I would probably end up doing is going with, the freighter parts. At least in this, build. These I want to use in the next one, in the next city build, which I'm going to basically take the stuff I've been practicing and figuring out in here and dragging it on over to, one, my current city to add to that, and two, eventually we'll build another city based on, everything I've created in the past few years. All right, I think we should build a garage. Who thinks we should build a garage? Raise your hands. Oh, it's about break time, too. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to butcher this name, and I apologize. It's simple, but I'm going to pronounce it wrong, I bet. Coin? Well, welcome. Sorry if I didn't say that properly. If you want to phonetically do it for me, that would be awesome. But you don't need to. I will eventually get it right. I've been digging this a lot too. Taking these shrunken parts and just kind of putting them in areas. Coin. Keone? Coney? Like, how about stop trying there, idiot, huh? I feel like I should do another one of these over here. We still got to get from one side to the other, too. The problems we're trying to build sometimes. It's like, oh, that's neat. Oh, wait a minute. How do I get to that? How do I get in there? How do I traverse that particular space? And then what I would do here is we would delete the other one underneath, obviously, because that would do us absolutely no good. But I'd want to make sure that I am 100% I go by Nelly and I'm Juzma. Oh! Hi, Nelly. That makes more sense now. It's like, why do I not know that? Why am I... What is wrong? Because YouTube decided to do whatever it is they just did recently, which is all wackadoo. Yeah, I was working last week, so unfortunately I was unable to do the day. But in my mind, it doesn't have to be the day. It's the point of, miss them all the time. Don't gotta, you know what I mean? But tomorrow I'm going to be doing because we also lost another community member recently, John Barty, who did walkthrough kaleidoscopes based on, my original idea. And then I did my version of a walkthrough, but it's not really. John's were like insane. Crazy walkthrough things. But yeah. And again, my apologies for Enra. He was having technical difficulties today. Could not join us for some build and chill today, but we are hoping we will be able to redo that sometime soon. So keep an eye out for that. We should be doing it again. And I will probably be doing guest builders, guest R&D. Exactly, Andrew. And speaking of that, because I'm just floating around here doing a whole lot of nothing, We got to take a look at what I got to do tomorrow. So let's get started on that a little bit. We'll at least get a view of what we need to do. I should put that thing in here, actually. Yeah, that works. All right. Yeah, see the part sticking out didn't quite work yet. I was hoping I could make it work, but it's just not. The only way I could make it work, I think, is a different roof style, but excuse me, pardon me. We're not really concerned about that at the moment, but that works for now. Where is my teleporter? Yeah, it's been an odd time for the world in general, my friends. We need to somehow, very difficult these days, but be together on some level. All right, so this was my original tribute to Zoo, which we are going to alter because I have new techniques and I've discovered some new stuff. We've got new parts, so it's time to maybe freshen this up a little bit. You know what I mean? And we're going to spend the time on it tomorrow. But I want to kind of take a look at the work involved. Because this one got ruined anyway. A part somehow got lodged into an area, and it stuck out like a sore thumb. So I had to remove it, but in the process, remove something else that I can't put back in because I don't have my setup handy, and quite frankly, don't remember how I put it in the first place. Because, well, I'm an idiot. Because I can't remember. It's been a while. But this initially was you can see the inconsistencies up in here where the part's missing. But you'll get the general idea of what we got going on here. Because Zoo loved the pyramids and my kaleidoscopes, and I wanted to put them together. Ooh, actually, I do have a setup here, too, we could use. Nice. But as you can see here, this was my, and it actually sort of spells out Zoo in a weird way. You have to kind of use your imagination a little bit. But when looked at appropriately, I should probably use the camera for this portion. You have the X. I know there's two of them, but you could. And I think I had a second one. I'm trying to remember how to do it. There's the X. The I is from there to there. The O is obviously the kaleidoscope. And I think I didn't get to the U. I was having an issue trying to figure out the U. But hypothetically, you could, cut the top of one of the square bits off and you got a U. It was a little abstract, but, the thought was there. I was like, how can I, do this sort of abstract, So I did the two landing pads to create sort of the eye, the long eye. Or if you really wanted to, you could just do that. You do X, X, I, and then the O. And then it looks too much like oh, wait a minute, there's the U. It's just tilted. There's the U right there. Right there-ish. It's just angled in. But so what I'm going to do is I am going to, because this has always driven me a little nuts. I don't like how this kicks out here. And we may tear most of this apart and redo. I have a feeling we're gonna, except for the main components. But the kaleidoscope itself, I think, is due for a change. I think we need to add in new parts, some of my newer techniques, and newer ideas. And it looks like I still have some setup here because I think I might have been thinking about that ahead of time. How long did it take me to build this? That's a good question. It wasn't too long. You know, once the scaffold is up, a lot of the time is just trying different parts. But I think I went pretty straightforward ham on this one, due to its purpose. I didn't want to spend too long where it didn't get done, like my normal. Man, I wish, yeah, you can see here where we lost. And I don't know how I put the... Can I put that back in? I might be able to. Because that drives me nuts. I'm like, because it's the first thing my eye goes to. So yeah, we're going to get to work on this tomorrow. And I think it's time for a little refresher, but if I can't refresh it without tearing it all apart, which it's starting to look like I might not be able to. Oh no, I think we might be able to. I think I was smart. I may have actually left things alone. My only concern is it's not too bad because all I need to do is take this out. And if you're new to this channel, this is kind of what I'm known for, is this particular thing. Anyone interested in seeing the very first one I built? It's unfortunately I can't visit it. It is no longer in existence, but I do have a video of it, and I would love to. I would like to look at it again. I'm bummed they changed the planet on us. It no longer has the bioluminescent grass, which I haven't seen a lot of lately, to be honest. And also, the lights and everything are kind of, again, the lighting, in my opinion, is off. It does not look right to me. The textures are off, in my opinion. Everything has sort of a blurry look to it. So, yeah, that's all I got to say about that. Oh, no, Gary. Well, homie, I'm here if you want to come back and do something. We'd be working on this planet together, my friend. Because I will be, you know, I am going to redo this. Some of it I'm probably going to do off stream and just kind of not have to worry about it, and also not, you know, get overly emotional. And then we're going to do one for John as well. So I need to find a planet to do something for John. I want to actually do one, if possible, on a planet in a system near his. But I need to. There's some logistics I need to figure out with that particular one. All right. I need to take a break in a minute because I've been sitting here for 2 hours. Thank you. And yeah, Jude, you know, Zoo got me to where I am in subscribers. He's like, how come you don't have more subscribers? You've been doing this longer than most. Uh, you know, the kaleidoscope, took off, thanks to him as well. And it's funny, a lot of people think he invented it, which is funny. And he would often be like, no, I just love doing them. This is the guy. Yes, so, he loved the pyramid too, so I kind of wanted to combine the two like a lot of us did. Um, so I built a pyramid. It's not a true pyramid, but it is pyramid shaped. Um, and but yeah, Zoo pushed for my 1,000 subscribers, man. Like, tried to get everybody to subscribe and all that, and you got me where I am today. If it weren't for Zoo going, check out what this dude does. He's crazy, but he builds this weird stuff, and it's usually pretty okay. Um, you know, I am. You know me. I don't like to. I'm not a self promoter. I am not only uh, self deprecating. Blah blah blah. I don't like to be like I did this. Blah. My whole goal since day one of me streaming 9 years ago, or however long it's been now, and this game primarily, and building predominantly, has been to inspire, and say, hey, here's something you may not have thought of. Remember to look at the parts, not just as I want to build a house, or a building. Make art, when I did the Atlas Seed, the very first thing, nobody had done anything of that in the game. Granted, the game wasn't as popular as it is now either. And building was very, 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 very different. And we had 0 parts, almost nothing to work with. And that's why when people are like, you always look at the parts in a different way. I had no choice. You're trying to take this handful of parts you have and build crazy things. Did that actually just fly in a void instead of fly through? That would be cool if it did. And it was more about like, look at the parts in a different way, create art as well. It should be, Gary. I can look if you want. Let's do a look. Let's try to find out. I mean, there's a ton here. Do you remember the name and all that? Although, that's a good question, Gary. I don't know for certain, but I'm willing to look for it. Granted, when's the last time it was uploaded, too, Although, with all these updates and changes and everything we've had. All right, we've got, at least what I can see, we got a bunch of settlements here. Or they look like settlements, whether or not they are or not, I don't know. Nemo. Eternal Flame of the Traveler. RP. That's me. Always a WIP. See if it's on the teleport list? Okay. Double tap. What's going on? This is true. I do know that. I am the creator of that, And a few other things, including a lot of techniques in combination with me and other people figuring that out together. But a lot of techniques that people use. All right. So again, my apologies. The title of today's stream, unfortunately, is false. Because Enra ran into some hardcore technical difficulties. Either that, or he's just saying that because he didn't want to really, hang out with me. I get it, But yeah, he had some problemos with his gear today. All right, let's see if we can find it. Oink. What was it called again? Zen? And it keeps changing on me too. So I don't know, but Gary, but we could, I would say just fly there and check, broski. It should show up if it still exists for you. You know what I mean? If it's uploaded. Oh, I don't know how that would work. That's a good question. I do not know. But if you want to come here and rebuild something or build something new with the new parts or techniques, let me know and you can join on me. All right. For those of you who have not been here before, this is a fun one to visit. It does take about 5 minutes to turn on, but it's a blast to just kind of sit in there and be in the middle of it. These are neat. These are interesting, but there's a particular camera view that you need to really make it work. Most of you have already been here before, so I don't want to bore you with these again for the umpteenth time. But what I should do is, because I'm eventually going to need to delete a lot of this in order to make room for whatever it is I'm building here. Or I'm just going to scrap all of it and start fresh somewhere else. We'll see. Or retain all of this and then go somewhere and do what I want to do. This is another R&D, which is oddly fluttering. Well, that's new. And this is, again, why I know and can tell that the game is off. Texturally, everything is off, like, it's not doing what it should be doing. Let's just put it that way. But if you want to visit these, you start yeah, definitely things are off because this used to be a lot easier to find. Yep, there we go. It's preferable to be in a group with somebody so that you get the movement while in camera. Dark Hellboy. call you Dark Vacation Boy. What's going on, bro? Enjoying your time off? I need some time off bad. I think I might be getting some because I've got this strange discomfort from where my hernia surgery was. And, yeah, it ain't feeling too great. I mean, it's not painful. It's just really odd. Occasionally it's a little, like, ouchy, but not like, you know, nothing like, ah. So these, you kind of, you widen out the camera view and you just kind of float down. And then hey, Burroughs, what's going on? Well, Enra had technical difficulties, so he was unable to join today. So it's kind of a bummer. And I had to work last week. I got to work this week too, but if my hernia surgeon says otherwise, I will be taking some time off. I may have pulled a muscle, I think is all it is, but we'll see what happens. Tomorrow will be the rework of Enra's Memorial Kaleidoscope. All right, let's get into working on some sort of garage. Some garagey. And I gotta take a little break here in a minute. My coffee's at that gross temperature. And I know I got a fresh one downstairs ready to go. Just needs to be nuked. But yeah, we just been messing around with this ER. Just getting ideas. Bumming around. Trying to hide the fact, you know, make these look different. A little modular, you know, environment, if you will. I just don't like where this leads from. Although, we might be able to get it to work. But it's hard to say. Until we try for it, so. But my favorite new thing is to take the old legacy window and hide the bar. So that you just have kind of a clean window. You can also do it with the and you don't have to go through as much hassle. But you can also do it with, you know, the concrete window. It's a very similar but distinctly different look. But you have a little more tint on the concrete. Although these days it's looking like maybe not. They may have changed that. Let me take a look here. Tint, tint, tint. Oh no, they're still tinted. Okay, nice. Thankfully they didn't remove the tint. 'Cause I like that. It allows for other neat little tricks. But yeah, I've been digging that lately. That little, you know, hide the bar, which we can see throughout here. You know, this is a little better. You get more window, you know, because I didn't put the other, you know, we're using the wall there to bury that. But still, you know, you don't have the addition of the bar to get in the way. You know, it's not like, you know what I mean. All right, I'm going to take a break. We're going to build the garage. I think that'll be something we can do. Why the heck not? Question is going to be, where do we build this garage? I guess we'll figure that out when I get back. All right, we'll be back shortly, folks. For those of you who cannot stick around, thank you so much for stopping in and giving us some of your time. We do appreciate that. For those of you and if you haven't yet, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and leave a comment, all that jive. And for those of you sticking around, you know what I'm going to say. Peel those peepers away from the screen for a minute. Get up, stretch out, get a bio break in, get a beverage, get a tasty snacky treat. Don't forget to wash your hands in between all that. And we'll be back in a few minutes. All right, y'all, we'll see you shortly. I think. Yeah, hold on.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Blazes in the night, all the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still, and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so.
Alrighty, we're back. Thanks for hanging. There's all kinds of fun stuff we can do with these new parts, I'm telling you. And it doesn't take a whole lot of effort either. Although now I kind of want to change this pipe color. Yes, I do. All right, where are we going to put the garage? Where is the garage going to go? Where? Guess we could, yeah, see, but I don't want to drive off into a pit. That's not good. And what is stuck in here? That's stuck. This I can get at, thankfully. And this is... Oh, okay. This problem which now I just lost a piece, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reload our autosave. Because all of a sudden, even though I can build there, it's telling me I cannot. This is another issue with building. But now, I'm in the exact same spot we were. And hey, what do you know? We can build again. Okay, unfortunately... Oh, no, I didn't lose it, thankfully. But that's why I just lost that piece, was because it's like, oh, no, you can't build here. What are you doing? So I'm going to put a big wall here just to hide the other bits. Sergeant Belson, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining. And then I think we'll scoot out into this direction. Why not? I have no idea what I'm making, except for it's a garage. Somehow we're going to store a couple of vehicles, I think. I think that's what we'll do. How's that sound, anybody? That sound like a good plan, or should we put it in here? Because we could come down, walk out, and we could walk down to that. We put it here, we got to contend with all this crud growing in. Yeah, all right. Let's just put it where I was just saying we're going to put it. Why not? Is there another hole here? Yes, there is. Darn it. All right, we're going to do it anyway. We got to work with what we have, right? All right, so let's take... where do we have a scaled wire already? I know I have one kicking around somewhere. Not that difficult to make, but there we go. And for now, we'll put that right here. And then we're going to go into here and get one of these bits. And we're going to do that. We're going to grab that. We're going to make that free placement. We're going to go up to the center of this here. And straighten this out as much as possible. And get angry. Doodly doo. Doodly doo, doo, doo. And come back over here, get that, do this, do that, do something else. Let's try and get this as... There we go. And that's still not enough. Damn. All right. Well, what do we do now then? Well, let's see if we get anything here. We should. We should be able to snap. Hey, what do you know? But we can't do that with any other scaled item, which is silly in my mind. But we're also going to notice that we are way off center. So that is an issue. So you got to keep that in mind when making these, or currently anyway. I'm hoping that we get some sort of fix on this. But you can also see here, the edge of this goes past. That line is on that. And then over here. Oh, actually, no. It's still the same. And this is why I'm saying the texture is off. Like, something's not right. We know that this is tilted. You can see that. See how it's higher on the right than it is on the left. So, it's a little whack. Don't worry about it. Alright. And then, just for hardy har-hars, let's also do this other two sides. This becomes an issue here because of where the central part is, and you can't really see your wire properly because this is hanging over the edge. So with that one, we kind of have to, or we could leave it alone. We don't need to put it in there necessarily. It doesn't have to be there, but you know, we could. Well, we're glad you're here. You could also manually place these in. I wouldn't recommend that, but you can. And there are better ways to do what I'm doing that are a bit more accurate, but for what we're doing now, this should work just fine. It does not have to be super perfect. Just has to be believable, right? That's always what I say. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to be believable. Yeah, Sarge, I don't know what the heck is going on with YouTube and its current whatever it is doing. But YouTube, you know, you gotta deal with it. You gotta deal with it. Not as annoying as it is, it's unfortunate, but that lines up pretty well. Now you can then use the wall itself here, but it will be upside down, just keep that in mind. But you can use the wall here to sort of center yourself. It will be a little lower, obviously. But it does work. And if you look here, you know, you have the, you can kind of do a thing there. I had it perfect where it fit the small square perfectly, but I forgot how I made it. So, but you have that option, you know, to kind of close this off if you want. You can do anything really, you know, if you wanted to chuck something in there. All right, so that should work for now. Debating on throwing this one in because it gets a little funky. But, you know, because we could just kind of take this over and, you know, carry that up with a standard wall. We could come off of this spot here. Which would, for all intent and purpose, be very similar. But would take up considerably more parts. So that's why I've been reluctant to just do that, but you know, it is possible. Um, we could, you know, just do that. Call it a day. Boom, 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 boom. Now, unfortunately, these will not adhere or snap to the other bit. And we could even do this sort of thing. You know, the little support piece we got going on and throughout the rest of this. Boop, boop, boop. Like so. But as you can see here, there is a difference in height. So it'd probably be best just to work off of that, I would imagine. Right on, Nelly. Well, I've been told I have a good voice to take a nap to. So, all right. All right. Just want to make sure we got it. That would have told me right there too, but well, thank you. I appreciate that. Ah. Thank you. Okay, but I do want one of these upside down. So how do I do that? All right. Let's take that. Let's put that up here. This should be running off of all of that. We do need to go higher this time, right? All right. Is that how I had it on the other one? Kind of want to do that tunnel. Yes. All right. So that is a singular off of that bit there, and that goes down, out, and in. Okay, down, out, and in. How you doing? That's a little too high. Okay, so let's do this as a... And we'll measure, we'll get to the measuring bits in a bit. Yeah, unfortunately, Enra is having some technical difficulties today, so unfortunately will not be joining us in game. Something don't look right. We're not at the right angle. What's going on here? That would... Well, that's kind of cool. Come on. Do what I want you to do. These things never do what I want them to do. You're flipping, just not anywhere I need you to flip. All right, right there. Huh? May not want to... There we go. All right, this has been bugging me. There is a gap with this piece. I don't know what is up with that. But there is a definite gap. I mean, we could fix it, obviously, you know, with some manual placement or some other stuff. But if you... Yeah, it doesn't make sense, does it? Doesn't look right here. How did I do the other one? This makes no sense to me now. This way. So it comes down. It still looks like it's too far out, though, right? It doesn't look tilted the same way. All right, what is the difference? What did I do differently? Oh, actually, this helps. All right, that is... How the hell did I do that? The single floor... But see how it looks like it's... What the heck? It's right. All right. Just doesn't... No, that's not right. All right, what did I do? What the hell did I do? That's not at all what I have at the other one. Oh, I hate when I do this. Shoot. What the hell did I do? I mean, yeah, we could make this like this one, but I... Game's also a little freaked out right now with all the snap points that are upside down and right side up kind of thing. Turn! Oh. Kind of skips that one. I hate when I do that. What the heck did I do? How did I get that other one to do what I wanted? Alright, I guess we're gonna have to just kind of make up what we do as we go along here today. Since I apparently forgot what I frickin' did. Alright, that's not it either. What the ever loving, flibbin', flabbin', jibber jabbing. What is going on here? What are you doing to me, game? I wonder if I did something dumb. It's entirely possible. It would have made no sense to do. It was off a vertical wall. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Ha ha ha. Now we're getting somewhere. Like, what the hell did I do? Like, I knew something. Hate when I can't figure out what I did. It gets to be super annoying. You know, YouTube, you are a real frickin' pain today. You really, really, truly are. Working, not working. Fine, not fine. I'm at, like, all the recommended specs for this that they tell me to be at. Yeah, they're probably doing something behind the scenes, I would imagine. Ooh, pardon me. Jeez Louise. Wow. 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 Duke. Now I'm wondering if I should move that outwards a little bit. Let's do that. Although I like the narrow path. I think if it's too far out, I mean, it'll look better. Yes. But I think we might lose that bit of animation that I'm looking for. But we'll find out in a minute. Come on now, move it over here. Four, so that's a wall basically, right? That's going to be too far. Yes. Alright, so we're going to not do that. We will do... Oops. Wrong one. There we go. And one more. Okay. We could also micro adjust this into where we need it, which is probably what I did over there. But that looks like it should be good enough. Okay. I do like the narrower passage though, so I don't know. That's a bit more garage. You know, get a bigger vehicle in, I guess. Okay. I can live with that. So then what you would want to do here to actually get this to be where it should be. I mean, you always have this to work with. That's right there. But what you could do here is flip these back around. You could also just bring this up, I guess, on each side. That wouldn't work either, would it? Oh, yeah, it would. No, it would have a little fold over. Yeah, you better just doing it this way. Yes, it does involve a bit more work, but it is probably the better way to do it. Alright, I don't know how we managed to get two in there since I only built one. I guess that problem is still persistent. He said his mic was, had finally, said kaput. It was no longer working. But he also said he was having some internet issues, but that itself might have been just a bummer. I made the title, got all ready, was all like, all right, getting all stoked. Thank you for subscribing, James Libby. Much appreciated. 07 for that subscribing to this weirdo. If you subscribe to me, you better be a little crazy. But not a big deal. I think this actually works out a little better. Yeah, that's got a nice garage vibe to it. Yep, I can live with that. Now again, I could, micro adjust this over and get right pretty close to this edge, if not right where we need to be, right? I like the fact that it is a little, it lines right up to this. That's fine by me. I think we're okay with that. So then the next step, before we start adding in a bunch of stuff, but we also need to figure out like how far out we want to go with the tunnel portion of this, right? I mean, we're already way past build limit, or upload limit, so we can get away with whatever we want here. So my only concern, though, is then we have, you know, once we start building the remaining portion of this, is that it's not going to quite line up the way it should. So, as much of a pain in the dupa this is going to be, we need to adjust this. You know, sometimes, you know, it takes a minute to kind of look and go, is that what I want? But, in this case, I think, and I'm going to just do a test here because, well, that's why this is called R&D. You know, we could... There's a few things we could do. There's always a something we can do, right? I mean, that doesn't usually change a whole hell of a lot. You know, we could do this. And then... we can start flipping stuff around, but I think our best... I do kind of like the fold over. I like the distance. We could drag it in further, which I don't know if I want to do that either. But that does bring us a little bit closer to where the circle would actually be going. And actually, there is that. But again, now we're... still not looking quite as good as we could. And then we'd have to figure out how to deal with this. Stream just ended? No, why? Did my stream stop? Come on, man. What's going on with this? Are we good, Fabled? I don't know what's going on, homie. Alright, so let's alright, let's move. Much as I was kind of hoping not to, we're gonna. Okay, so we're gonna go boop. And we're gonna keep some, you know, as a, in case I don't like it. YouTube's being a frickin' nightmare today. Alright, I'm gonna go one short wall first and see where we end up, in hopes that I don't have to do the micro adjustment. But as we can tell, there's just that little bit right there. So unfortunately, that means we need to micro adjust. Okay. So we'll get that set up. Boop, boop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, boom, boom, boom. And this is where things become very interesting. Yes, as a matter of fact, I believe Enrasilver was having a similar issue. And I keep getting, oh, your stream's excellent. No, wait, no, it's something screwing up. And it just keeps going back and forth on that. So I'm just kind of hoping for the best throughout the day here. All right, we do need to move this direction, so that's a bonus. I'm hoping I can just use one of you to do what I need. Actually, we got to go inward, so I need a few more. Okay. All right, let me double check here. You may need to refresh that, but let me take a look at what I got going on mine. All right, it's showing as I'm live. Yeah, no, I'm still going. It's telling me I'm going. I'm live. It might be your intranet, and that might be part of what Enra was dealing with. I don't know if y'all live near each other, but if you do, that would explain a whole lot on why his internet is being wonky. There's something going on in your area. But yeah, I am still running on my phone anyway. Perfecto. All right, we got that. Nice. Nice. Even try going in just a higher, but I think that should work. We got a little layout on it, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. That pretty much seems where we need to be. All right, that should work. Excellent. But my YouTube, in terms, like, I'm playing music through YouTube. This is Lux on YouTube. If you don't know Lux on YouTube and you dig Vangelis Blade Runner style music, check out Lux. Lux has got it going on for that vibe. Definitely. Good mellow building music. Goes great with flying around, exploring in this game. It is great stuff for this vibe. Thank you, my friends. Yeah, every once in a while I come up with an interesting idea. And that looks good there. That looks the same as the other side. A little bit peeking over the edge there. Which is about a wire width distance, roughly. Yep. Boom. Or wire nub. I call this thing the wire nub. Yeah, that looks about the same. All right. Yeah, I don't need to get into that yet. We know it works. But we do need to be careful of is not deleting what you got. And then we'll just make all that match. Nice. Nice. And it should be about the same for... Oh yeah, we gotta flip that again. Alright, got it. The stuff we do to make things different and interesting. The lengths we will go through. If you need any help, Grimy, you always know you can reach out. That's why I tell people, hit me up on the old Discord, and as soon as I'm home from work, or if I'm not working, and I will set up a time to help. Which goes for anybody, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to help your building creativity, hopefully. Spark a little creativity. Whoa. Oh. Like, wait a minute. What's going on there? Just in case. And what should we do now? What's probably the one thing we should do right this minute? For any of you new builders out there. Bloody save! And also remember where you put your save beacon. Which I believe mine is up over here somewhere. Ooh, excuse me. Charming. Belson got it. Save, you dingbat. Save! You know what I just noticed? This makes an arrow. That's pretty cool. Up, let you know if you're looking down at the floor. Alright, so we just saved. Now, we need to flip the floor again so that we can get our rooftop and get it nice and accurate. And we'll do that. Bop. 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 Bottle it bop. Yeah, and the day-night cycles, I feel, are a tad bit off. The rapid change of dusk till dawn or dusk and dawn, whatever you want to say. From dusk till dawn, that's a movie. Pretty good movie. I don't know, just things seem a little bit strange. Lighting texturally these days. So. That's what I was saying. I'm sticking with it. I've pointed it out. I've shown you. Now, if only Hello Games would actually watch my streams. Ooh, and I like that. That works too. That little bit of fold over is what I was hoping for. I didn't want 3. I didn't want to go 3 here. And which we knew we weren't gonna because it's leading in, right? But that's much better. I like that. That works. 2 is better. And I like the little bit of fold over. Just gives you, and we're gonna change this anyway, so don't even worry about it. This will go to the new fangled stuff. This is just what I do as my scaffold so that I know I'm still working on this piece. Yeah, this is a great bay. Yeah, I'm digging that. Yeah, it's a nice bay. And now, this is where we're going to end up with another problem. But we should be able to do something to compensate for it. What that is beyond me. But I am hoping that this doesn't interfere too much on the interior, which it does not. And we'd probably put a little thingamajiggy here anyway. Oh, no, I know, Sarge. Part of why I do what I do when I do the saves like that, it's just to kind of, one, like, give me a breather from the area. And 2, in this particular instance, just so I can remember how I get around. If I do that, actually, which then creates one other issue, but that does work, because we are on the split here, right? Yes. Ah. Aha. And believe me, I appreciate it. Because I do forget on occasion about certain things, so. Now, this doesn't quite work here. But at the same time, I don't care because we know we're eating up part count. It's not a huge deal. But it is, as they say, what it is. And we could turn this into, another building under here, which is probably what the smartest thing to do would be. You know what I mean? Instead of having this floating, I could, put supports, and make it look like it's not just, hanging off the edge of this, thing here, right? What did I use on that? There. And I also don't need to do necessarily what I'm doing here because I could, if I wanted to, I could change all this up. So, and again, we are in scaffold mode, right? We are not, I could keep this as a square unit, run off of these 3 things. I could, and unfortunately, I don't know if I have any video of it, but I could do a landing bay / garage like I did in that one base that we had to delete for the city, which is now, in the ether. You know what, Sarge? You are right. I'm going to save myself the walk. Yeah, see, I could make this work. We could even come off of this part here. We don't even need to necessarily do that. You know, we could roll through on, you know, off of this part here. And then, where is that? Is that about halfway? But we would have to figure out how to. You got it. I'll email that over to you. All right, we'll figure out closure later. I'm not worried about that at the moment. I mean, there are a number of things that we could do to fix this problem. I think the smartest solution would be to probably omit the first one, go with a short wall scenario, like so, and figure it out from there. Then we could do. Could I do a bay door off of that? Okay, if I reverse that. flip that again. Damn it. All right. Yeah, because that won't work without. Okay. Where do you... I'd have to flip a couple, right? So I'd have to do that. That would have to get flipped. That might not look very good. And then we have this problem here of the crossover of that, but that wouldn't make a difference because that would be the other way. And that needs to actually go that way. So I'd have to flip that up. Okay. I'd have to do that on that, and I would also have to bring that down. I can, yes, actually. Yes. Why are you going to make it so simple? Although this isn't quite a full bit. But yeah, hold on. Let me try to figure that one out. The problem with that is I would have to bring it down. I mean, this would be cooler with multiple doors opening, you know, but one big door would work. Let me see something here. So let's take that. Because I am. Let's change that. And it probably will not give it. Oh, it does. Nice. We'll change that to that. We will then copy, free place, rotate. I would have to scale it to fit, which is fine. It's just time consuming. Then it needs to sit on here like so. Right? Something along those lines? Yes, for sure. Ain't too bad, is it? That kind of works, right? Yes, we could do that. That would be feasible. We'll get into that in a little bit. I think what we need to do now is we need to add in our... Do we think this is enough? How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more because I always do an odd number for this sort of thing. 5. All right. And what's cool about this is we could build another, you know, set of buildings off of this, you know, to bring up, get in over here. I mean, that's the thing. It's just a question of You know, what do you feel like doing? You know, like what is speaking to you on that? You know, hey, we could have another building here. We could bring this down. We could add something over here. Blah blah blah. All right. Shababa. And this may end up being square by the time I'm done. You know, I need the circle for a particular thing, but I have a feeling I might square this off. You know, and have it run. You know, like that instead. Which would make a lot more, and which would make an easier connection to this part here. You know what I mean? We could then just connect from that. You know, because now we're at a seam, a straight line, right? We don't have that curve to contend with. But we aren't at that point yet. So what I could do now is do that, do this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try. It'd be easier with one. Well, no, it wouldn't. It would actually be easier with two. We would just have to make accommodations for it, that's all. We'll try the one. But the downside with the one is you got to get the right size. So all right, we are a floor panel, and we're 1.5. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We'll do 10 as our first. Why is there a wire there? Oh, that's why. I just made this circle. Sound author, what's going on? And then do that. Then we got to figure out directionality. But we'll try it here. Let's see what we get, because I don't remember how this goes in. All right, let's go 20, or 15 rather. And we're gonna have to go the other way, I think. It's pretty great, you know, on you know, the crazy stuff you can do. Just by flipping a part over, and some of the neat stuff you can, you know, get from that. Or, you know, flipping a part to the side or whatever, you know, that you know, trying different parts at different angles can lead you to some pretty interesting results stylistically, you know. Gotta go the other way. Alright, so tab down. Son of a pizza crust. Man, I could go for some good pizza. I haven't had like good pizza in a while. What's the pizza around me? It's Garbaggio. You know, Domino's. In my opinion, not real pizza. Oh no, biscuit. Alright, I'll come back up here. This isn't really where I wanted either, though, is it? Not really. That's way off. And not even large enough. Alright. This is what I mean, like... Will do, Grimy. Thank you for stopping in today. That's shooting out way farther than I was thinking, though. Alright, let's do this another way. Let's try it. One, two, three, four, five. Ah, yes, son of a biscuit. One, two, three, four, five. I think I'm... And again, this is just, you know, it's part of what you gotta do when you want to do some creative, different thinking, you know, what's going on with it all. You want something different, you're gonna do some work. But in my opinion, well worth the efforts. You know, to get something that, you know, either A, you haven't seen it 100 times, or something that fits your build better aesthetically, you know, you're like, wait a minute. You know, I'm building this, what would it be? You know, I want to have this. How do I do that? I will say it does seem like yeah, this is our other problem is that. But that looks like a good size. Okay, now the question becomes, you know, we got to bring it down a little more. It looks like we're at least a short wall in height of a difference there. Almost exactly. So if we take that into consideration and we bring that short wall here, then what we can do is we can kind of see where we need to bring that, right? Go below that. And again, just for the new builders out there and whatnot, if you have any questions or anything, do not hesitate to ask. Like, what the hell did you do there? How'd you get that? What the hell are you doing now? I will stop what I'm doing and show you. Yeah, I want to say that even like the notchiness of straightening out the part seems a bit better than it used to be. You know, it's not perfect by any means, but it definitely feels better. I hate that. Like, you finally, you're like, all right, I got it just where I need it. And then you got to deal with the miss. That's interesting. There's the middle, which gives you an interesting. It's also, I don't know what the difference is here, though. They basically look the same. Right? The only difference I'm seeing here is that the base has a smooth yeah, the doors. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple little differences here. All right, top, mid, and bottom, right? If you look at the doors, that's where the major difference is. Smooth door. And again, see how, like, it just doesn't seem like things don't seem. How do I put this? They don't seem like they finished the part. And look how blurry that is. Like, it doesn't. This is the stuff I talk about. Something ain't right. All right, let's try this yet again. And I think I need to do it this way, but I'm not 100%. No, it's the other way. Damn it. Well, it does hide there. That's a good spot for it. It does get down on the floor a bit more, which is good. All right. Now I just have to find the part to delete it. There we go. So we will go the other way, or the normal way, apparently. That should work. I don't have to rotate anything, that's better, because we know we'll be a little bit more level or particular where it is. Okay, yes, but now I need to figure out where. All right, so let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4-ish. All right, so we're gonna go 4 back roughly. Right. From there, 1, 2, 3, 4, total of 5. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And hope for the best. Thankfully, we know roughly where there should be at this point. Sometimes you just want to throw controller through wall. You spend all this time lining everything up, and it's like, nah. Ah. Frustration, frustration, frustration. It happens to the best of us. Frustration. Riding the struggle bus. Come on! You piece of junk. Ah. Struggle bus. Buy a ticket on the struggle bus. We're waiting for you. All right, we got the size. Can we? Oh, and we can connect because we didn't go full scale. So we still can get power to this, which is great. Switches. All right, that works. All right. All right. And then we would have to do one for the lower portion. Actually, I think that's where this needs to be honest with you. I probably have to move the whole thing down, but this was more of a get a size proper and all that razz. But it seems to fit here pretty well. But now we have, the door has been scaled to what we need. It's about, I forget how many it was, 10? 5 or 10 ticks down from full scale. And now we know that we need to come in, right? 4. Go 5 on this one just because. I don't know why, but I have a feeling we're going to need to. And we will. Try to remember where we put that last one. I think it was about here-ish. And let's make our lives a little bit easier, shall we? I mean, if we wanted to, we could scale more, you know, come down a little bit. You know, it really is, it's an aesthetic choice at this point, you know. Do you want to go... You know, do you want it to sit, you know, and I could bring it down too. I could drop this further down so that this lines up more with the floor, right? So... let's put it right about there-ish. Didn't really do a whole heck of a lot in terms of lowering it, but all right, go down a little further. Sometimes it's just a question of finding your reference, that's all. And once you find your reference, then it's a question of remembering it. That's my big problem. Like, what reference point did I use for that? But that's a nice thing about the cube, the block, and the... Let me show you. The cube, the pyramid, and the raised paver is the reference points on it. And all of the legacy parts, unfortunately, not everybody has those. And I'm going to go down a little further just because I have a feeling. We could go a little more. Come on. Getting lined up is always a treat. Alright, not horrible. I don't feel like messing with it too much more, to be honest with you. At least not right now. I'm like, yeah, we're good. Alright, so that we're going to leave here because we know that's the door, right? So we're like, we want to, and I think I'm going to get rid of this one. We don't need a double door. I think we just need the singular. I think the double door is pushing it. I don't think we need it. Perfecto. Alright, so now, just for heartily har-hars, we're going to power this up so we can keep it open. Make sure that it gets underneath, which it does. And this way I can remove these bits if I need. Alright, so then just to kind of check to see how left and right we are. It looks pretty good. I mean, you could go the extra mile and go, hey, look at that. You know, so you do have the, you know, you have this extra bit to work off of, if need be. Now, we could go in a little further, which I think we're probably going to do. I think another block inward would probably be, and I had a feeling I was going to need to do that. But for now, this is fine. You know, we can obsess over, you know, minute details later. So what I would do now is do a good save. That way we have our wire that we've scaled. And again, you could go through the process of getting it to exactly the size you want. It's up to you. Whatever kind of frustration level you're willing to deal with. Yeah. All right. We got a little bit more time, then I gotta get ready for the day. I gotta go and now I don't like this, but we're gonna be hiding that, right? But say we weren't hiding it with the other thing, what would it look like? I could deal with it. You know, it's a garage. Would it be better up top? Maybe. But honestly, no, because if we look at the width of the floor and the width of the door, it kind of matches better, right? Whereas, you know, we only have a, you know, a 2 1/16 sort of thing here. So now what I want to do is I want to get those wall bits put in. Right? Sorry, I'm just like, oh, that's interesting. Yes, this is, who knows what it is. It's just, you know, we're doing what we do. Some sort of craziness. All right, so now we're going to try to find now that reference we saw last time. And then the question is, there it is. Can we find it again? We look for a rough center line, which is about here in this divot, right? Then we're going to follow that divot around to here. And look at that. We're right on this here. See those little cutouts? I hope that doesn't change. And then it's just a question of where you want to bring it. And I'm going to bring it. Shiza. And then also being able to retain those reference marks. Get in a position where you can actually see what you're doing. And again, once you get one, the rest of it's pretty easy to go after that, right? Right, so this looks like, and look at that. That's almost as wide as the electrical nub. Perfect. Then we're going to bring this down to the edge here. Throw our wall in. And once that's done, it's really nothing from there, right? That looks good. You can bring it down lower if you want. Again, that is an aesthetic choice. However you want to do it. Whatever look you're trying to achieve. Now, what I want here is I want this line to be in the middle of the seam, right? So here's our seam. And this is where it gets time consuming and a little, faffy. Because you got to do, a bunch of micro adjustment. Again, once it's done, it's not a big deal. Because it's done. But it's, it is a pain. And if you want to flip it around, it depends on what you want to do, how you want to go about it. It's always, your whatever aesthetic you're going for. So with this, I would go, and it would probably be easier to go the other way because either way you have to, no matter what you do, you're going to have to deal with some stuff. So, all right, so every seam, that one, we'd move. This one here is pretty close, but we're going to have to move it that way. This one is nowhere near it, so we'll get rid of that. That'll move to here. This we'll keep this one. We'll move that one back, and then we'll figure out what we're doing there. So, and then, obviously repeat the other side, right? So I'm going to keep this one where it is because it ends here where we're going to, taper it in. And then this one here will move. Which can get a little tricky because you do have areas where your floors are going to snap to another part, right? So be careful. Make sure that your gaps are uniform. And then as always, and you also need to remember at this point, what direction are you moving? So do I need to add extras in a different direction in order to, move it the way I need to? In this case, we're going to be moving this one over to here. So we're going to need a lot, right? In order to bring that all the way over here. So kind of my idiot move. I should have probably stuck with that one and moved it, but You know what? It's not too late. Ah, screw it. I'm already here. We're already partway there. Times you just gotta take your mistake and run with it. Make it the best you can using what you got. Yeah, so a little more time, a little more effort, a little more faffing about. But, oh well. It's probably just as much time for me to redo and delete everything as it would be to, you know, do what I'm doing right now. And then we just got to kind of keep an eye on where that is. That looks pretty good. Let's add a couple more just for the heck of it. And then you just kind of have to figure out like roughly where that's going to land middle-wise. Although I find it easier to just sort of put in a bunch of floors, call it a day, right? Now what I'm looking for here is this middle light to be in the seam. So I'll throw in some more flooring here. And that should about do it. So if we trace this line, the center line, that looks good to me. Good enough. And what you could do at this point too, which is you could just carry this through, right? Boom, boom, you carry it all the way down. Yeah, it's a lot of freaking parts, but you already have your basic setup, right? So if you can get this to where you need it to be, I think it'd be a little too much work, to be honest. It's almost easier to do it floor by floor, but hey, let's try it. We're having a lot of deleting later. But since we're trying to head in this direction anyway, and again, I'm already here. Already got this part flying. Alright, that one needs to move. That one's good. This one will need to move. Maybe. But we'll see. Alright, so now we want to bring this one over this way. Can't you see that I'm not afraid? What was that promise that you made? And that looks looks pretty good, I suppose. Okay, next. Oh yeah, and we still have a whole other side to do. I will not torture you with. It's also time for me to eat, so. But I'm going to try to get on some RoboCop tonight. We'll see what happens. Been a little kind of sore from my muscle pull, whatever the hell's going on with my hernia area. You can actually see where the seam is. See where it gets darker at the dot light, you know, where the lights are a dot. So I'm going to kick that back right there. See how it's now full? That should be centered, or at least close enough for government work. Now, again, pardon me. It is up to you on your aesthetic choices. What I would probably do here with this one is just flip this around. So take this. Oh, and look, we are now at that point again. Oh, never mind. I lied. I thought it was telling me I couldn't build again. I'm like, you better not frickin' do that. But this will not get me into a different floor panel, even though, there we go. I have to kind of back out a few times. All right. So now we'll take this. We will flip this around. And it faces the other direction. And allow us to do that. Which will then, and you know, again, it is decision upon decision of your own aesthetic choice. You can add this in afterwards if you wanted to, but it will end up probably cutting out lighting from another one. Tough to say, I don't know. It again, whatever you feel like doing. But this is now at a point where when I bring this other piece back in, it doesn't fold over, although, there we go. It comes to the seam of that piece as opposed to, coming over that, this fold over like it was. And there you have it. Bazinga, bazanga, bazonga. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Well, that's interesting too. Ones on the ground are interesting, but we would have to finagle with the other ones. That doesn't want to go. Okay. Oh, no, there we go. Just had to. But that would be. Would we micro adjust that? We could. Problem here I'm seeing is. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Ah, okay. But now, now I want to move it over a little more, to match or, something. I don't know. AFS, my friends, AFS. Always frickin' something. This should allow us with that skylight view. This should be high enough for a vehicle. I think. I hope. If not, we'll figure it out. I think that's a little too low. I think we needed to go a little higher. But oh well. One way to find out. Okay. Alright, no. We're gonna have to get that to face the proper way. Oh, come on. What the Forkenheimer? Let me guess. Obviously, we will face this so it is facing the direction it should be. We can even shrink it a little bit too, you know. And not even shrink it a whole ton, just enough to... All right, so that's some basic why are you showing me salvage glass? This is what I'm talking about. This stuff is always really freaking weird when it comes to, you know, what it's choosing. like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, here. Oh, wait, no, not those. Oh, yeah, hold on. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'll give them to you. Oh, no, not this time. It's like anything in that floor panel menu should be available, be it glass floor or not. Same with the roof panels. You know what I mean? There you have it. One garage bay. Well, actually, no. That'll be tomorrow. Oh, no. Nope, nope, no, it won't. We have other plans for tomorrow. My apologies. Little too high, isn't it? Oh, but it does take care of that. Okay. All right, we'll lower that. Not a big deal. I don't like the driving controls in this game. I never have. All right, what we could do... We can make that thing a little smaller, actually. We'll shrink that just a tad. Yeah, that works for me. All right. And, you know, you can go as goofy and crazy as you want to. Yeah, we just shrink the pad a little bit. That shrinks the vehicle a little bit. You can still get in it. I mean, just for hardy har-hars. We will do that. Now, it doesn't look that much different, but it is. We'll have to figure that out, but it's a little stuttery. I don't dig on that. So what we might need to do is raise the roof a bit, but I don't really want to do that either. Could drop the floor, I guess. Like maybe a front wall, maybe. But then we'd have to. I don't know if that'll work. Actually, no, it won't, will it? No. Alright. Better to just drop the, I think part of it is that it's just not, the vehicle isn't used to being enclosed, and I think that might have something to do with it. I don't really know for certain. But now, this is where you make your decisions on full scale or not. This vehicle tends to be basically the smallest of the vehicles. But you also need to now know what direction everything is, Like where are those. When it comes in, alright, so it's the other way. We don't want to be backwards here, right? Of course it is. Shoot, now I don't know which way we had it before. I think we had it the other way. That's one way to know right there. There we go. Yeah, it has nothing to do with, because it fits. It is that it is not generally used to. Yeah, all right, that's not bad. Something weird there it's hitting. It could be backing into that. Could be the camera just getting into there. But again, I feel it's just because it's not, it's not used to being on an interior. So the camera and vehicle, I don't think, know exactly what to do with each other. I mean, if we have to, we can, finagle.
And all we would really need to do, honestly, is just bring this down. And then bring the... We could probably bring this down a little bit more. You know, bring the flooring down a little bit. Maybe even to, you know, this level here. Then redo the door, but I don't know. It's tough to say at the moment. What are these here for? Any reason? Not anymore. Go. I know. We don't need you. And then I will repeat the other side later on. So you don't have to deal with it. And watch me struggle bus through the whole thing. Yeah. All right. That's that. Alrighty, folks. Thank you so much for being here today. I do appreciate it. Got anybody streaming? Double check here. Jason plays. Trying to get all animals Planet Crafter gameplay. Oh, Planet Crafter. That's fun. I need to get back into that. Let me see. We got Jason plays going. I think. Could be wrong here. Maybe he already did that. Oh, live soon. 18 minutes ago. Let me see here. Is this done? All right. Live in 12 minutes. Is Jason plays. I don't see anybody else that I know on at the moment. Yeah, he starts in like 10 minutes. Yep. That's what I just saw. Right on. All right, y'all. Thank you again so much. I will be on tomorrow. We're going to be, doing some memorial style stuff tomorrow for Zoo and for John Barty, two community members who unfortunately are no longer with us. That is a shame. Life, my friends, it is an odd little thing. So, until next time, this has been me, Kevin C, here at Action Pants Gaming. Wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get those action pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and wacky stuff. All right, y'all. Until next time, take care, and we'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest of whatever you got going on today. And go give Jason Plays a little bit of love. All right, y'all. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye for now. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Action Pets Gaming. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. Throwing parts. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.